What an exciting bunch of nothing. Holy shit, I'm more orange than Trump right now. What the fuck? There we go. This looks like an insanely boring start to the fucking day. Someone buying out of the money calls like crazy right now? Hmm. Ooh, they are. Someone's buying the 5600, 5615 call. A little bit of demand. Yeah, a little bit of demand in this spot. But also bot puts to the downside. Looks like someone's buying the 5560 and the 75. Contentious price action once again. Oh, this is going to be super fucking boring. That stream card is demented and hilarious. See you all tomorrow. Out so soon. Someone might win. JK, I never leave. I know. Is Tesla dead? I hope so, because I didn't close any of my puts on the bounce. Ooh, yeah. Looks like AGL pushed up through $4. I think that's on Reddit breaking down. Looks like it tested gamma neutral yesterday. Fell back to 123 at market open today. 126 is DM. Hmm. A little bit of support at 120. Probably at 117, 115. Looks like it got propped up on bot calls. So it might be kind of fucked. But yeah, support at like 115. A little bit at 20. The second I pay my credit card bill, I'm buying Pigeon Whale again. Fuck yeah, Winter. Why is Clippy getting probed? I don't know. Ask Trump. They approved the antitrust probe yesterday, I think. Target's below its minimum in the gamma curve. What's that mean? Selling in the underlying is continuing to drive the price down. Just less of an effect from the options chain now. I'm always here before noon. I just don't always want to talk to you guys right away. No offense, but it's been 4 years. I gotta do things to keep myself from getting burned out. Invisible Fridays? It's cool. We hate you too. It's not a hate thing. Don't try to assign motions to it. Four years and 0 vacations? You're a machine. Sometimes I take Saturdays off. It hasn't been 4 years. Checks YouTube history. Oh god. It hasn't been 4 years yet, but we're getting pretty close. Swoldemort, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. It's not even playing for the right fucking thing. Is that not working? There we go.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to
If the markets were closed for a week to give everyone a forced vacation, where would you want to go? Europe. Maybe Japan. I don't know. One of those two. I've been to Europe, so maybe Japan. Not Philadelphia. You'd camp outside Wall Street. You know me so well. November 19 to 24 data. Weak options launched. Why might that be? Hold on. Oh, they probably haven't opened the monthlies for November yet. They'll probably, because it's not a quad witching, like September. Um, they'll probably open it in April or June. Yeah, April or May. That's correct. Next week is quad witching. It's also the 3rd anniversary of GME's March 2022 run. It wasn't TD. Historical data. We don't have historic data more than 5 days back. Or do you mean this? That might have been when the fund was opened? Actually, yeah, I think that was when the fund was opened. Jan 2024. Because that's when the Bitcoin ETFs got approved. This is getting a little bearish. Yeah. Back at the collar. A little bit of support at 55. 45. We did fail to close the gap. But there's no gap on ES, so. So how did participants view PPI? Deflation in the core print's really bad. I went over it in Pickles Picks pretty explicitly. You mentioned stranded in the money puts closing. Did they wait until after PPI to do that? They were doing that yesterday. That data's from last night at close, so that was definitely yesterday. When does vol start to pick up on the move down? Pretty consistently. Across most of the strikes that downside. I mean, really pick up like under 55.20. But even from here, I mean, vol Vol ticks up on the downside move a little bit. Under 40 and 20 are really big moves in volatility, though. If really bad, then why aren't we plummeting? We're down 80 points from basically open. So, and it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Are short puts fuck? They could be. I don't know what your definition of plummeting is. You want like a halt? I would never buy F. So why is your expected move in orange positive on the day? And technically it should be positive and negative like any other expected move. I just don't want to draw an extra line. But the options were at a 5,600 open. We're pricing a move up. It's not just arbitrary. It's not like how I feel. Nice, Chungus. Well done, dude. Ford is near bankruptcy in Europe. Makes sense. Maybe because we've been dropping and then popping the last week. I mean, an 80% or an 80-point downside move in like 15 minutes is quite a lot. It's definitely more controlled, but I mean, it's not bullish. We lost the JPM collar already. We're about to lose the baby collar. So that's quite a lot of put delta going in the money. And then there's kind of inconsequential support at 55.40. And then 55.20. So this still has a lot more range on it. Taking profits on my June puts, would it be more beneficial to hold the 6,000s or 5,800s? I'm wondering what to sell first. Usually I get rid of the nearer the money option first because it's the one that can get burned up the fastest. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. 58 and 6,000 are basically all just intrinsic value at this point. Made 8.7k in 11 minutes. Nice, dude. When it rains for the perma bears, it really pours. Yeah, these last few weeks have been good. I've been loving zero DT straddles. They're dangerous as fuck, but they've been paying out pretty well. Wouldn't anything really happen during the PM though? Why? Why would it? We were at major support, so I mean, there was no reason for the market to react too strongly. Also, the jobs data was fairly benign. So, I mean, we got the deflation, which is bad. But you know, we also got relatively flat labor data. So the labor market's still kind of strong. I mean, Jolts was pretty good, or better than expected at least. Like unemployment's only gone up 0.1. I think labor is going to get a lot worse as we get into like next month and the month after with all the federal job cuts. Guitar stuff, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons and give Guitar stuff a shout out for hooking you up. Hmm. Tested the collar and failed. It's not a good look. Hmm. All right. Big vol short. Renzer, welcome back, man. Hit me up if you need any help getting added.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Could we actually get 5650 today? No. Not right now. Doesn't look very likely. Let's bounce call buying or puts taking profit. A little bit of put profit taking. Some put selling at 60. Still a lot of bot puts right here. 75, 80, 70. A little bit of support at 60, 50, and 40. I don't really see any bot calls. Maybe the 80s getting bought a little bit. There's some bot calls out at like 56, 15, and 20. I'm not sure this bounce like succeeds. There's a lot of bot puts right here. If we lose like 67 to the downside, we probably slip back to like 60 or 55. Yes, it's still a bit short of retesting view up here too. I think NQ tested view up. But yes, still about $4 off from the high. Doesn't look great. There's the 67 test. Mm, bounced off the drop. Twenty 200% tariff on EU wines and spirits. Seems excessive. A little bit, yeah. Maybe inflation is getting under control. Oh boy. That was right now. Yes, got the VWAP test, which it failed. $55.50 is a brick wall. Yeah, those puts, the bot puts at 55.50 are longer dated too. Like the 65, like the long puts at the color there, those expire in a few weeks, but the other ones are like 2 months out, I think. Hmm. I stopped out of my straddle call before this pump. That sucks. Did the put not print like the whole straddle for you? Resistance probably here at the gamma float. 55.91. About the US dollar weakening, he said a lot was priced in. It's natural to see adjustment. Steve Witkoff is in Moscow for talks with Russian officials. European Commission to invite EU countries to swiftly agree on most pressing critical defense capability areas to launch large-scale pan-European flagship products. European Commission will propose measures to deepen the single market for defense, notably through greater clarity on procurement, regulatory simplification, and harmonization. U.S. Secretary Bassett, we're hoping to get a tax bill in the coming weeks. If bulls can get this above the gamma flip, they can probably push it out to 5620. Especially if Basant keeps saying bullish shit. Jumping G to talk soon. Thanks. Yeah, it's just broke above VWAP. It turns out that all someone needed to say was, don't worry about that inflation. It's normalizing, and everything's okay. You can't tell the colors on gamma flip, delta flip text because of the splash at the top. That's because I have them scrolled off screen. Trump's going after the wine. He clearly doesn't understand who his donors are. I guess he doesn't need them anymore. Options are getting cheaper a little bit. So probably some resistance at 6K or 56K. I get used to these fucking numbers switching back and forth every day. Ball's getting hammered really hard. Yep. Iran-related designations updated by the U.S. Treasury, and I wouldn't hesitate to increase sanctions on Russia, says Secretary Basant. Ooh, failure. Oh, little failure. Let's see. Getting a lot more bot calls above spot, but there's sold calls here at 85, 90, 95, and 5600. But bot calls above and bot calls at 55, 80, 75 in the money. The bot calls to the upside are mostly concentrated at 20 and 30 and 50. So probably gonna need to do a little bit more work to break over this resistance here. It wouldn't last very long, not the FBI. Also, it wouldn't happen this far away from expiration. Target's a little bit knife catchy. It's kind of at the very bottom of its like gamma. I think it's actually below that now. Yeah, it's still roughly in the same spot. I mean, it's hard for it to go further down. Volatility and realize all are starting to fall off, but you may want to like confirm a reversal because it could still fall to like 105 or 100 technically. It just doesn't pick up a lot of more gamma to the downside. But there's some delta down there. Also, not a lot, but a little bit. Those are pumping forward again. So maybe if you're thinking about like DCAing, just consider the entirety of that range. Also, Target's got some problems and some tariff exposure, so it may not be the best buy right now. It's definitely selling off hard enough that it's starting to like ignore the options chain and people are just bailing on the stock. Still have to get above 6,000, I think. Got rejected on the first test of 55.97. But so far the reversal looks pretty good. Might take a little time to grind through this level, but I think if they get it, they can push up a lot harder. Also, don't forget pre-SLD. Right. Today, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. Has the market established a local bottom? It's sure as hell trying to. Pre-SLD pumps, they're a thing. Yeah, and the concentration of put leverage to the upside is still 4.9% out of the money from yesterday's close. So if they're going to try to get even half of that leverage back in the money, they're going to need to move price up like 2 to 3%. OPEX is next week, yeah. We're still in the environment where big fails are on the menu. Yes. Yeah, they're not as bad as they were yesterday and the day before because there's a little bit less downside delta, but they're still rough. Like any significant rejection or volumetric rejection can slide pretty far. And we already saw that this morning. Like 80 something points to the downside before reversing. And that was pretty low volume, honestly. The only part of that that had any like substantial volume was like the initial dump. This is a pretty nasty rejection here on the test at 6,000 too. Left a little gap to the upside at 93. '78's kind of important here. There's the 78 test. Left another gap too. Two gaps. Futures still has a gap to the upside also. Oh wait, no it doesn't. I'm looking at the wrong fucking thing. No, futures didn't leave a gap. Head and shoulders on the ES 5-minute. And inverse head and shoulders on the ES 5-minute. Sorry. That's one upside gap filled. The next one's at 93. So just over the flip. We're not going to. I don't think we're getting to 5,700 today. I can see us getting to like 25 and then running into a shitload of resistance. If we can get above 6,000, which is already proving to be kind of difficult. We've got a long way to go to 5650 even. Now above 5650 things get a lot more bullish, but like the 6,000 through 6030 range is a bit anemic. Ooh, yeah, that's a good. Like that word. Did you boo me? Morning, Bert. If they're taking losses on their in the money puts, won't that impede their ability to pump as well? Okay, so yes, it'll spike vol when they do it. But they've also shifted down like where put leverage is centered, so we may not see them continue to take like to take losses on those in the money puts. They may now try to get them in the money before OPEX. I'm not saying they can, but it's a lot of money, so it's definitely someone's goal for that to happen. Obviously, if they could, if they weren't failing at this, they wouldn't be closing their puts because we never see them do that. We never see them shift their short puts down. They just, I mean, for the last 2 years, they've just sold more short puts and pumped us back into the short puts that were at risk. I think this is the first time we've seen them close any like significant number of them that way. And those are being closed before expiration because the majority of all of those positions close out on like OPEX end of month, like big expirations. Why are they selling their puts now? Where are they selling their puts now? So there's a little bit of puts being sold at like 85, 95. There's bought puts at 80 and 75, which are kind of making it difficult for us to push up. There's also a bunch of sold calls at 5,600. They sold some puts earlier at 55.60. They're selling a few at 5,600. A very tiny amount at 56.15 and 30. Not a ton of in the money put selling though. And support, like sold put support to the downside, is down at like 5,500. Even that's not great. So they're definitely still afraid of selling puts near spot. Above 6,000, you would see more confidence in the sold put positioning. But we're not above 6,000. So there's still an upside gap at 93, like right here. Actually, I think it's right here. Yeah. This one. Yes, slip back below VWAP. Just a little bit. It's a 75 test. Hmm. Alright, that's the inverse head and shoulder test at 55.75 on ES. Although, it looks like it might fail. It's not a very strong bounce. Hmm. Why are the bulls such sluts? Longer time frames looks very much like the start of a failing bear flag. Just need some more downside volume. Need some more downside gamma. Yeah, the right shoulder on this broke a little bit below support. Still not a lot of buyers coming in either. Uh, Senate Republican leader Thune. I'm waiting for U.S. Senate Minority Leader Schumer to make an offer on stopgap votes. But yeah, government shutdown on what is it? Saturday? Deadline's midnight Friday? Okay. I thought it was the 15th for some reason. But I guess that is midnight Friday. Bears are not that bearish because VIX is too high and they expect to bounce. It's expensive to buy puts here. I wouldn't say bears aren't that bearish. They sold the 5,600 call at open. I mean, that was a pretty nasty move on their part. The worst fucking knife catch ever. Trying to keep price from falling back into the collar again. This is rough. Ball doesn't get too crazy unless you like move down to 60 though. '67 test. Dying off a little bit. It's an NQ look. Even shittier. Mm. Fuck. This reminds me of bulls chasing the short calls on JPM's collar right before SLD so they can use that gamma to reposition. You mean like back in 2022? Oh, the short calls. Yeah, there could be some similarities. The problem is they can't get them to. They can't get like JPM to roll the big collar in advance unless they push just below the short puts. And those are way out of the money. Was the PPI report neutral? Not at all. It was deflationary. I don't know, it seems like each subsequent push has gotten weaker and weaker. Hmm. Delta moving away from price, bearish. Like the Delta flip. I don't really think that's very significant. A little, sure, but it's not like a consistent move away. It's probably calls getting sold to the upside on the bounce. On like that little bounce we got. Volatility picks up quite a bit to the downside here. It seems like where bulls need to save it, but we're not doing a very good job. Can we fail it for once? I think we're... I don't know. Bulls don't want to fail here. This would be really bad. Hmm. Gold broke up to a new high. Nice. How's about the 5,500 if 50 is lost? Hmm. There's a little bit of support at 40 and 20 on the way down. But not too bad. And if 50 were lost with momentum, I think they'd be able to. I don't think 5,500 would be out of the question at all. Right now, things are still leaning a little bit in favor of the Bulls, though. GME down 0.1% on news of core PPI deflation. This is because all GME does is produce shares to sell on the open market. That is their best and current business model. Me wondering why contracts are so expensive. Trading 314 contracts. You're probably doing just way better. Regret selling my 2030 Apple puts on Monday at open. Big regret. Ended up switching to Nvidia puts. Nvidia's flat on the week. Apple's down 10%. Yeah, Apple had the most to lose at the start of this week because they were the most resilient to the initial part of the drop. Will Nvidia drop harder if the market continues to fall? Yeah, also Trump wants to like pull back the CHIPS Act, so that could hurt all of the semi companies quite a bit. Well, actually, he wants to pull it back and replace it with something worse that he made. So, do you remind me the basis for pre-SLD pumps from lows? Like when the market drops into SLD, usually you'll get some pre-SLD pumps from profit taking as people reduce their total leverage. Did you do a quick TLDR on the macro? Where do you expect a bottom? Are we in recovery territory? Bulls are pretty actively trying to turn this around. Not successfully, but actively. I mean, sure, we could recover from here, but they need to get price 5% higher. I don't know if it's destined to fail. It really depends on a number of a number of factors. I think PPI today was bad. So I mean, I would lean towards downside continuation. But we have SLDs coming up next week. We're moving into the OPEX. There's a lot of out of the money delta or in the money delta to the upside that can squeeze off. And I think bulls have spent the last 3 days trying to build some kind of substantive support here. And so I don't think they want to give it up simply because the data was bad. But they're also, like they shorted off some of the event vol, but there's more event vol for tomorrow. We have Michigan tomorrow, which is now going to be very important. Whereas, before it probably didn't matter very much. And then next week we have retail sales. So it's just like until we get out into like the housing data, I don't know if we're gonna really get a break in the event vol. Like maybe like next Thursday, next Friday, there's a little bit of easing. But at that point, the crush from the negative charm is going to be rough. So there's very small windows for them to try to turn this around before the rise in event vol makes it even more difficult for them to sell enough puts. I know FOMC's next week. Michigan consumer is going to be pretty important tomorrow. It's expected to rise, so consumer sentiment's like the consensus is that consumer sentiment and current conditions are going to level out, and consumer sentiment's going to pick up, and inflation expectations are expected to pick up a little. So I think hopefully bulls are hoping that a slightly stronger consumer tomorrow um, improves confidence that this CPI report is just a one-off, and we're not going to fall into deflation. See, like inflation's bad for poor people, but no one cares about that. Deflation's bad for rich people. USD JPY looks like it could be going for a substantial move down here, and that can't be good for leverage, right? It's not. It's not. But I mean, the dollar's managed to hold up against the yen so far. Even with the, I would have thought that this morning's PPI print would have done a lot more damage to the dollar than it did. Oh, back into the collar puts. Yeah, also the collar puts are a bitch. They have, not only do they have like a decent amount of gamma right now, they have a shitload of delta. This is so rough for the bulls. Being within like $50 of those puts is just a bitch. I don't know if I would trust Turkey to pay me back. I had to explain to my friend how the rate of increase of inflation decreasing, not the same as deflation. Then he got mad. But I mean, so on the year over year, no, but on the month over month, the core PPI turned around. So there's like it's like a downtick on the month over month, which is, obviously hasn't carried out to the year over year, and we still have inflation. I think it more importantly than deflation, which will take some time to realize, is that it represents a massive drop in demand in a very short period of time, which is, what tariffs do because they're idiotic. Um, so we got a bunch of demand from everybody trying to front run the tariffs, which spiked inflation last month. And now, everybody's in a position where they feel like they front run the tariffs and then demand just disappeared, which is really bad. What's up, Nick? Is there anything specific I should be checking? Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm guessing though, like, the flips and stuff are still off, right? Just the pricing. Dude, that's fucking spot on. Hold on. I'm just like ever so slightly faster than WeBull. Yeah, we're like it's not much, but we're a little tiny bit faster than WeBull. Dude, that's insane. Win Gamma Strike trading platform. What? Crazy. This has been such a bitch for a week. If it's any consolation, it probably took Webull like 4,000 $5 an hour developers 3 years to make the same thing. Calculating 4,000 things a second? Fucking sick. That is fucking sick. Less fucked than it was Monday. Yeah, it's way better. I see you fixed the timing issue with the candles too. It's nice. That's gonna be dope. We left a downside gap. Fear not, it's super fucking unstable. We'll get there. Rome wasn't built in a day, Nick. Miss Nuke told me that. Nice. And I said, well, they didn't have technology in my brain and the massive amount of amphetamines and nicotine I have. I need to stay away from the amphetamines. I don't want to be that productive. They selling any pets yet? Not really. They're afraid. They're still getting fucked over by the like 400 bot pets at 55.75. And the 40,000 bot pets at 55.65. This is immensely lame. That's a Head and Shoulders. It's really sloppy, but it is one. Win anything? We got a 30-year auction at 1 o'clock. There's the 62 test. Kremlin aide Ushakov said there's no agreement yet on Putin-Trump talks. Putin-Trump call is not expected to happen today. Canada's PM Carney to visit Europe next week on first official trip as Canada's prime minister. US to sell 13 billion reopen 20-year bonds March 18th, 18 billion 10-year tips. March 20th, 48 billion 52-week bills. March 18th, 68 billion in March 17th in 6 months. 76 billion March 17th in 3 months. Chinese stocks attracted 11.2 billion from non-residents in February. Largest inflow September. Chinese debt saw 15.1 billion in outflow. Hmm. Is Trump even speaking today? I don't think I saw anything scheduled. I was meeting with the NATO Secretary General at 12:20. So we have a 4-week auction at 11:30. Have prices even changed yet from tariffs? Yeah. It's not it's generally not the tariffs that end up changing prices. It's the threat of tariffs that change prices. You know, buy the rumor, sell the news, that kind of thing. It makes it seem like 20-year yields are gonna pop. They could. We're attacking every single one of our allies. Well, because we have to overthrow the U.S. government. It's a necessary step. I never thought about it like that. No. There you go. Here comes Poopy Pants. Now you've done it, Gherk. Oh no. What do you mean, we? Well, when you're born in a country, even without knowing, you sign a social contract. Have. It might be foolish, but it's applicable. Implicit consent strikes me as a super duper reactionary concept. All right, well, you know what? I'm gonna take the word of like Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau over random guy on the internet. They've been right for, the last history of humanity. I wonder where we stop bleeding here. 55 is only like a minor support. It's not a very good one. Yeah, I wouldn't want to hang out with them. I didn't sign the social contract. Where's my signature? Did you pay your taxes last year? Did you vote? Have you obeyed laws recently? The last time you were driving your car, did you just blow through every red light? I'm a sovereign citizen. Fuck off. Forced consent. There's a punishment. Yeah. Not for all of those things. You don't have to vote. There's still a punishment if you don't, but you don't have to. But in some way, you are consenting to being governed, and not all of it is forced. There's really not a lot of better theories. Utilitarianism or what? Like divine right theory. That's great. That's what we're aiming for now. I think you can get jury duty through your driver's license too. Depends on the state. Anarchist critiques are meaningful. Are they? Mandate of Heaven coming back. Yeah. Mitigation of suffering should be a priority. Anarchism is full of laws and market freedom, ironically, but no method to enforce those laws. Well, not really. Would you be playing calls here based on Gex, or is it too slippery? It's pretty slippery. Like 55 is not a very strong support. Sure, you could get calls here and hope for the best, but Bulls haven't been doing too good of a job turning this around. We might need to move down to bigger support, which is starting to build at 50. Chomsky's pretty cringe. We could go with the Greek philosophers and the Stoics and just build strong moral character by developing virtuous traits. It's going to be hard to do without a Department of Education, but you know. Bring back quests. Virtuous, not same as righteous. Don't worry, Greek. We can build strong moral character through our culture and art. Haven't you seen the virtuous good exemplified on Netflix? No. Did you see the post about the attorney I worked with all year at the DOE? I'm so disappointed. No, I had not. What happened? There's contemporary work in virtue ethics. Alistair McIntyre? I'm not familiar. Neo-Aristotelian. Ugh. Raises a plucked chicken. Behold a virtue. It still looks revisionist as fuck. Hmm. Did you see the video where Trump said American syrup was much bigger than Canadian syrup ever was, and not even close, and it's the best in the world? No, no, I didn't. There's now, in fact, now a Department of Faith. Wait, what? Oh, I'm out. That's it. Anybody want to sponsor my citizenship in Europe? It is unconstitutional. What country are you in, slot machine? I don't want to go to Canada. Just pray for your newfound citizenship sponsored by the Department of Faith. Fuck that. I'm going to Turkey. Ew. Nope. Nope, it's not a joke. Feb 7, 2025. By the authority vested in me as president, by the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, which I'm willfully ignoring, this and to assist faith-based entities, community organizations, and houses of worship in their effort to strengthen American families, promote work and self-sufficiency, and protect religious liberty, it is hereby ordered. Faith-based entities, community organizations, houses of worship have tremendous ability to serve individuals, families, and communities through means that are different from those of the government, with capacity and effectiveness that often exceeds that of the government. These organizations lift people up, steal their money, keep families strong, and solve problems at the local level. The executive branch wants faith-based entities, community organizations, and houses of worship to the fullest extent permitted by law to compete on a level playing field for grants, contracts, programs, and other federal funding opportunities. The efforts of faith-based entities, community organizations, and houses of worship are essential to strengthening families and revitalizing communities, and the federal government welcomes opportunities to partner with such organizations through innovative, measurable, and outcome driven initiatives. The executive branch is committed to ensuring that all executive departments and agencies honor and enforce the Constitution's guarantee of religious liberty and to ending any form of religious discrimination by the federal government. It sounds a lot like DEI, yeah. Portugal or Spain? All right. You're thinking about this all wrong. You need to make the pickle jar a church and get some of the funding. I mean, yes. Maybe we just rename taxes to tithing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it has a severability clause. So the entire thing's unconstitutional. Yeah. Cool. You don't love the Constitution, Bob. It was written by smart people, so it's difficult for you, I understand. If you were a giant bull here with your back against the wall, what would you do? Take losses and hedge the downside? I would have done that a while ago. If you were a bear, what would you do? Bears just wait. That's it. Hmm. Can we make green peaners great again? We're kind of stuck here. This is gonna be hard to get out of. They're gonna need to short vol pretty hard to push us up. Maybe we get a double bottom on like the ES 5550 low. But I don't think this level is very important. So the 40 test on SPX. Is there a hedge fund guy in here asking what to do? If you're a pickle jar member with your back against the wall, what would you do? Turn around and spread my legs. Mm-hmm. You can just tell, just looking at our constant upside rejections and lower highs, the bears just keep selling calls on every upside test. Yep. That's exactly what they do. Then we got a lower low on ES. Woof. $38 down to 20. Yippee! Boof. Russia and Belarus consider NATO actions in the context of Ukrainian crisis as hostile and destabilizing, fraught with nuclear conflict. Russia and Belarus joint statement. Why are they making joint statements with Belarus? They're one crony. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't understand the joint statement. Like, why doesn't Putin just speak for them? Hmm. This is fucking brutal. I think we're just gonna go to 5,500. I don't know. Maybe they try to defend 55.20, but there's bot puts in the money to the upside at 45, 55, 65, and 75. So it's gonna be really fucking hard for bulls to reverse this. This was 29 last time we were down here, though. That's true, yeah. Hmm. What was the downside expected move? It's like 55.25. Tesla's down like 5% today already. You're buying calls? We're gonna see bank failures on Monday. No, probably not. Okay, there's some pump. Just immediate rejection? Or are they actually gonna, like, try? $55.50. It's almost a double bottom on ES. I mean, I guess technically it would. Wow. If we go back over 6,000, it would be a double bottom. If Tesla drops to $5, Elon's gonna lose everything. Oh no, anyway. Yeah. Putin just thanked Trump. Awkward. We agree to stop fighting in Ukraine, but it should lead to long-standing peace. Stop 2K. Jesus. Were you super deep in the money? Did you just use like a limit stop? Are we the baddies? Usually. Is peace bullish now? Long-standing peace, like not invading a neighboring country. You know what's hysterical to me? That Putin, an actual dictator, is a better like statesman and diplomat than Trump. I've never heard him describe the prime minister of another country as being extra smooth. Who's extra smooth? The Prime Minister of Ireland. What's the Russian word for smooth? Like, as in a texture? Uh, Magkia, I think. And then, like, Rovni is like a smooth surface. How do you know Russian? Don't worry about it. You're talking about Ukraine's flatness? You actually can't assassinate the Irish Prime Minister. He's so smooth that the bullets would just slide over him. Are these things you learned from Russian women in relation to needing to describe a smooth surface? I've never dated a Russian woman, to my knowledge. I've dated a few Ukrainians and some Romanians, but never Czechoslovakians, but never any Russians. I don't think. German? No, no Pomeranians. What's your body count? I have no idea. That would be disgusting, Nuke. Have you come across Bonnie Blue? I don't know who that is. She's on a tear in New York City. The only people with body counts that high are the US government. I know what you're saying. Slept with 1,000 dudes in 24 hours? But you did? Fuck. Bonnie Blue? Ew. To completion? How's there time for that? What's the math on that? That's 44 dudes an hour. There's no way they all nutted. That seems like cheating. No? 1,012 hours? I want to meet the kind of guy that would I don't care about her. I want to meet the kind of guy that's gonna stand in a line to like put his penis in a vagina for 47 seconds. One of the guy's mothers came with him. No, because no one came. Wrong time to unmute my speakers. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard of. Is it like just like a PR thing? So she's like a porn star or something? But for real, it's really sad. She had some video on Twitter the next day where she was just breaking down big time and bawling her eyes out. It's got to do some damage to the soul. Yeah. Ugh. Different girl? There's more than one girl going for this whatever. You know, to each their own. She can't post the videos. No monetary value. Who would want to watch it? Never mind. There are no highlights. Honestly, I've gotten fucked a few times in day trading, and that's about all I can take. Throw my bueno. Have you ever thought about therapy? For just like for both people? Her mom's her manager? What the fuck? Wait, how old is she? Family business? Uh, uh, this just keeps going down more. It's been pretty bearish. It's been bearish all day. If she's like 18 or 19 or some shit, that sounds like parental abuse. Carl was there. He went last by choice. I wasn't looking at Target. Some other people asked about it. They're British? I don't know why that's more shocking, but it is. "30-day ceasefire. Time to goon." Nope. Putin, if U.S. and Russia agree on energy cooperation, then a gas pipeline for Europe could be provided. It would be beneficial for Europe thanks to cheap Russian gas. Putin also said, "We need to discuss deals of a settlement with Trump. Maybe me and Trump will hold a phone call. We'll agree on the next steps of the conflict, taking into account developments on the front." If there is a ceasefire, it's not clear how the situation will develop in Kursk and elsewhere. There are two options for Ukrainians in Kursk: die or be captured. For Ukraine, it will be good to reach a 30-day ceasefire in such circumstances. Ukrainian troops are in full isolation in Kursk. The situation in the Kursk region is fully under Russian control. We agree to stop fighting in Ukraine, but it should lead to a long-standing peace. This have to eliminate root causes of the conflict. Russia and Belarus are ready to take military and diplomatic measures in response to NATO actions. Plans to deploy American missiles in Europe will destabilize the situation. Canada initiates a World Trade Organization dispute complaint regarding U.S. steel and aluminum duties. Eliminate root causes of the conflict? Yeah, how do you stop Putin from being a dick and a treaty? U.S. fourth quarter household net worth rises 163.6 billion. That got wiped out. He'll not be handed over like some commodity. I would never do that to you. I would never Snowden you, nuke. Russia seems to have a real issue with anti-air missiles. Yeah, because it costs like millions of loaves of bread to build one MiG, and then it gets taken down by like a $850 missile. It's problematic. No, we're using Dork in another honeypot scheme right now. He's busy. If China actually invaded Taiwan, would Nvidia just go straight to book? Probably. Are those the javelins? No, those are anti-tank missiles. Like the little fucking bazooka looking things. I wonder if Russia recruited all of their pro CS players to fight in the war. No, drone pilots. We're using Gherkin in another honeypot scheme right now. Lol, it must be so fun to work with you guys. Yeah, Nuke. You hear that? Ooh, Sharkfin? Ooh, haha. No, not yet. Okay. Tonight. Yeah, tonight. Oh, we're doing a roundtable tonight. Nice. Get your questions in, because we're going to be wrapping up the roundtables soon and replacing them with something else. I think roundtable is too inclusive. Square table? Star table? Ooh. Something edgy? What about like a rhombus? What's that shape that only exists in like three-dimensional geometry where it's like a sphere and then you have like the sphere SE? No, it's like a two-sided polygon. Two spheres is a sphere SE. A loon. A spherical loon. It's a digon. And it's LUNE. Wait, why VUPS? 1 second. This doesn't seem to be improving. Anyone in about obtaining Spanish citizenship through ancestry? Most European countries have some sort of like birthright or blood right citizenship. I know Italy does. I can get citizenship in Italy through my grandparents. I think Ireland too. No, I'm not Persian. 1 second. That was bullshit. Ireland requires you to keep a registration running generation by generation. Hmm. October is the cutoff for Spanish. Oh, are they getting rid of it? You can just buy your way into most countries. I identify as European, but the motherland is truly Caucasia. I've never visited. Did you change your hay to the jingle jangle? I haven't traded anything on there on WeBull. Maybe you can buy your way into most countries. Yeah. That's what the hay was this whole time? Yeah, it was the trade notifications from Webull. Does the centaur come from your grandmother or grandfather's side? I'm not a centaur. I added myself. Any upside confirmation targets other than just above the collar? Above the baby collar? Yeah, Spain's pretty cool. They have nice weather. Above the baby, we've got so much to climb to the upside. And they haven't even started shorting vol yet. Isn't Trump's meeting gonna be over soon? No one gave a shit about the 4-week auction. European Commission President von der Leyen. We're open to negotiations with the U.S. on tariffs. Trade commissioners have a call with U.S. counterpart on Friday. The EU will defend its interests on tariffs. Donald Trump urged to appoint special envoy to China. U.S. 30-year fixed mortgage, 6.65. Up from last week. A bunch of ECB speakers this morning. Let's see what's going on. We got the Fed flow of funds report, which I don't see anywhere. Trump meeting with NATO Sec General. And then we have a 30-year bond yield at 1 o'clock. Okay. We're really getting some consolidation down here, but it's not a lot of it. I'm not really sure it's bullish. Maybe a little. Delta flip and gamma flip have moved down under 5,600 finally. So yeah, maybe things are starting to turn around a little bit, but not a lot. I think the out of the money put demand is sort of fallen off here. And some of the in the money puts have taken profits. There's still puts to the upside at 55, 65, and 75 though. But it looks like the 41s have closed out. There's a bit of a call ramp building up to 55. Getting out above 55 is going to be tricky though. Not a lot of positive gamma anywhere to the upside. Not. 5570s kind of reasonable, I guess. ES support here at like 55, 35 through like 37 seems okay. Although this would be the third test at the lows. I just feel like it's gonna go down more. charm is so nasty. Fix 25. Is NVIDIA holding this up? No. We're not up. We're down 120 points on the day. We're almost at the bottom of the MM's expected move. Just a little lower. Fucking terrible. This whole week's been dog shit. Just flat consolidation. And now it's starting to fail. Is now the time we buy leaps on GME? Is it 15 bucks? It hasn't even lost 20 yet. I don't know, maybe. GME's like kind of starting to look a little bullish. That would be a higher low. I don't know. XRT's off reg show right now. Bulls are gonna probably have to get higher than 71. They'll probably need to get it above 80. Definitely above 75. So like 77 or 87 for like a retest at 5,600. Quite a ways to go. But I would say if they could get 77, that opens up a lot more upside. Just hard to get there. A lot of resistance in the way. It's a break to the upside on the descending triangle. So like watch this on futures. You see that piano guy that you banned from Discord now being screenshotted on Superstock? How does it feel knowing grifters try to use you for legitimacy? You've gotten used to it. Poor Gurk's just a piece of meat. Superstock's had so many grifters pass through over the last 3 years. I've lost count of them all. 80% of them just reiterate the shit that I wrote 3 years ago. Futures testing 55.50. Rejected. I would never suspect you of being J-Roll McChuggets. This wouldn't be a head and shoulders anyway. Well, I mean, I guess it could be like on the 1 minute, but it's definitely not a head and shoulders on any other time frame. It was a descending triangle, and it broke up, which they generally do. Any put selling yet? Yeah, a bit. We got close to the bottom of the MM's expected move, so that's usually a good place for bulls to start selling puts. It's not that easy. Pushing up to tickle 50. Can't wait for future generations to come out and say they wrote their dissertation on Gherkin and his band of Merry Pickles. I think one guy actually did do that. They wrote a paper on all the like T plus 35 FTD stuffing. Check TM. This is extremely important. Did you buy calls at the bottom? That's beautiful. Are all the screens Gamma Strike? That's amazing. Who did that? Was that Cheeto? Yes, it's literally me. Hmm. Wait. I need all of these. She only gave me the fast ones. I saw some random person on Twitter accidentally use one of my GIFs. That was the best thing that's happened maybe all year. No, they were. It wasn't like finance related at all. I think they just accidentally picked one of the GIFs with my face on it, which was the goal. I was gonna achieve complete market saturation by just putting my face on all of the most popular GIFs. In the grim dark future of 2025, there was only meme. We thought we'd be so much further ahead back in the 80s. Where did we go wrong?
Took a gamble bold in the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on his feet, why fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place. But whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air.
Hey, I'm strangling Spy. I know.
Where'd you go wrong? Trading your
That's why I put the song
life for
on.
a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh Dork, where'd you go wrong?
No gap on ES.
In a fiery storm. Now you're just
That'd be
a ghost
crazy.
in the woods, so forlorn.
We're just retesting the trend we failed. Or bounced off of. Quadruple bottom. The most bullish of signals. Trump, we don't need Canada's cars, energy, or lumber. If Russia isn't there, it's disappointing for the world. Putin put out a very promising statement, but it wasn't complete. Details of the final agreement have been discussed. There's a power plant involved. We're discussing land with Ukraine. Hopefully we should have an idea today of how we're doing. I'm getting word things are going okay in Russia. NATO Sec General Rut, we need to produce more weapons. We're not doing enough. Lagging behind Russians and Chinese. Europe is committing too much higher defense spending. Oh, Europe is committing to much higher defense spending. Wyckoff is in serious discussions in Russia. Rut is doing a fantastic job, according to Trump. Ukraine government. Kiev will not recognize Russian rights over Ukrainian territory. Trump nominee to be Japan ambassador. Glass. I believe the U.S. will undoubtedly have to ask Japan for increase in financial contribution for the maintenance of U.S. forces in Japan. Huh. Trump says NATO is stepping up. There will be a little disruption and won't be long. We do need Canada's energy. They provide support to like the power grids in most of the north of the US. Those people are gonna like fucking freeze to death. No, not mine. But like northern New York, yeah. What was the bear song that was bomb?
When the balls can't pump through gambling neutral, Brother Gherkin comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. When we fail of resistance, he's streaming in front of us all.
This is gonna be bullish though.
Let it fall. Let it fall. Let it fall. Let it fall. Fuck your cause. Streaming words of wisdom. Let it fall. And when bulls are sold, so many puts, for their margin will be called. Gherkin has the answer, let it fall. Though we reached an all-time high, the recession can't be stalled. Gherkin streamed the answer, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall. Let it fall, fuck your cause. Streaming words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, oh, let it fall. Let it fall, fuck your cause. Only words of wisdom, let it fall. When it's coming, when it does, we'll have a ball.
Funny thing, last week on England's PM said exactly where 5K missiles were to be produced in Ireland. And it's roughly 65% French owned, and 25 of the one that bought into Citadel. Huh.
Brother Gherkin comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom. Let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall, and fuck your cause. Streaming words of wisdom, let it fall, yes, let it fall, let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall.
Is that the sign? It's helping the bulls.
Words of wisdom.
I think we finally got to move beyond the market makers' expected move, and so bulls are just shorting the fuck out of vol here.
What'd you make for dinner? Why was it pork?
The bulls on the last bounce got in a little too early, but I wonder if like them splitting apart the short vol in that position is gonna fuck them. Is there a green drum gif? Yeah, this one. I mean, the fact that we're here is not bullish. um, no, there's no real support. Not good support, at least. There's still a lot of out of the money put demand. I don't think any of this looks very promising. We'll see. Bulls have to push it up a lot for it to be significant. Hmm. Shutdown might lead to very, very high taxes. Oh, Trump saying bearish shit again. A government shutdown could delay the tax bill. He's talking about his tax bill. I won't bend on Canada metals or April 2nd tariffs. Only rich people. Because tax cuts didn't really benefit anybody else. This guy talks like every day. You don't remember? Yeah, I guess you weren't probably trading the first time he was president. He never shuts the fuck up. You have to watch like a live news feed 24/7 to see what the fuck he said next. So you don't get blown up on your positions. Talks more than a Fed governor. He really loves attention. He said Facebook's gonna invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Ooh, meta short? Yes, no? Interesting. What's that like really strong anti-anxiety medication? Begins with an L. No, not Prozac. Lobotomy. Lexapro, yeah. I knew a dude who takes Lexapro when he trades. Because it just makes you completely indifferent to the money you lose. I take Cialis when I trade. Nice. Is that the guy who trades on his phone on his couch? No, no, he's a nervous wreck. There's nothing quite like setting stops, rocking a star correction. You see Meta's trying to stop a whistleblower from releasing a tell-all book? Yep. Clearly they don't know how this is supposed to be done. They need to meet with some Boeing executives. I take Lexapro and Adderall when I trade, so I basically trade flat every day. SLD, supplemental liquidity deposits. No problem. It's a FINRA regulation. So there's a deposit period that occurs going into the monthly OPEX settlement in order to balance out margin requirements before the expirations. OPEX is next Friday. I'm already done from blowing up my port so many times. Doesn't he try that? Puts sold above spot. Not very many of them. But a few. Yeah. 35, 40, 45, 50. Got a bunch more at 59.20 on that low test. There's some bot calls at 50, but then still bot puts at 55, 65, and 75. So probably gonna still be really hard for them to get anything up over the collar. And this still kind of looks like shit, even with the slight bounce. Hmm. Yeah, we have to get out above 55 to move. Up until there, like every $5 is resistance. So resistance at 35, resistance at 45. And then probably big resistance at 65. And I think everything from there up's pretty good. Gamma Flip's already at 65 now. I think the problem with that though is like we could test 65 and just fail again. If they can even pump it, I don't know. They're still really skittish with the short vol. VIX has been over 25 for 20 minutes now. Ew, it looks bearish. Gross. It's not too hot either. I can't tell if that's turning around a little bit. Maybe. Starting to. Hmm. Dork. What's up, Rich Homie Quan? Michigan's going to be bad tomorrow, right? Probably. I don't know. How do you feel? How's your consumer confidence? I'm not able to watch much, but cycling through pits and profit taking. Roth is up 6x. Nice. What level's the collar that, if they roll, could rocket SPX? Is it 5,400? The bot puts are at 55.65, but they're not going to roll that. They'll only roll it if it tests the sold puts early. They'll only roll it early if it tests the sold puts. There's a smaller collar at 55.50, like the baby collar. But the big boy, the end of the month, the end of the quarter one is at 55.65. GMDM diverging? Converging? Hmm. Was now the time for out of the money far dated calls? With no confirmation? I don't think so. I mean, it's good to have some, like, upside hedges, but I wouldn't want to go long on this shit unless we got above delta neutral. My plasma isn't paying for eggs anymore, so confidence low. Nice. I noticed some landlords trying to lock people into 2-year leases more than 1-year leases recently. I think they're worried that rents are going to go down this year. Yeah, well, they should be. Also, yeah, not crime, but preying on idiots or the desperate. That was the perfect fifth note to Len's Steal My Sunshine. Source, I'm listening to the song, and you harmonize perfectly. I've still got it. That's so cute, Puddin' Flaps. Charm is a real slut dork. But there's only one way to beat it. With Gex at low near 55.65, but we expect price to want to move in that direction toward end of day. Are we too deep in negative gamma for that to be the case? I mean, they've tried to bounce it here 4 times now. So far, all of them have failed or been met with announcements from the Trump administration. I kind of think Trump's just sitting on WeBull at the at the Oval Office desk, and he's just like, every time there's a bounce, he's just like, go say something. Don't mind Jen and I. We're just talking about you in front of you. I'm used to it. Big drawdowns in price happen on OPEX or SLD? After OPEX or during SLD, usually, is when it's really bad. But I would say if we go into SLD and we're still under 5,700, that's going to be very, very bearish. The charm into the Friday expiration is going to be a bitch. But that also means that the post OPEX will probably be more bullish. Because we won't have all that negative delta decay just pushing down on price. I wasn't singing. I just hummed for a really long time. Why didn't Scherfel get out ahead of Trump? They pumped on the back of him being elected. Everyone was so excited about all the great things he was going to do. And then they were like, oh. Whoops. Yeah, some did back out. VIX is so gappy on one tick. GFDF touching tips. They'll probably cross over if we fall much further. Because you're going to hit more delta to the downside here. And move down to the... Yeah, if we fail here, down to the 5,500 test. I guess technically we could go all the way out to like 54.90 or 54.80. Not seeing any sign that the bulls are going to pump this. At least not yet. It happens 2 days before OPEX next week. It starts on the Wednesday. It's Wednesday open through Monday open. So it's... And then OPEX is right here on Friday. Bulls keep getting pantsed. I mean, they're not trying very hard. And then also, yeah, they're in a terrible situation here. I told you guys this morning, getting under the collars is really bearish. It's rough. That's a lot of fucking put delta that goes in the money there. US also wants the dollar down for production. What? We don't produce anything. We're a service-based economy. Getting the dollar down is not going to help us. Also, all of our banks are over-leveraged into the carry trade, so the last thing they want in the world is the dollar to go down. That's what's changing. What, the carry? Leverage is still at like 8.6. It's not really dropping that much. Companies back producing? They're never going to do that. No Americans want to work in fucking factories, and no companies want to source their labor from here. It's expensive. We were fine. Bringing back manufacturing's not a win. We just need to increase wages. We need corporate profit reduction across the board and increased wages. Maybe less money going out to the C-suite. That's all we needed. We don't want to make shit. Bob, if you're gonna respond with something that's factual instead of okay, bro. What do you got? You really want to go work for the United Auto Workers Union? You're not making enough at McDonald's? You and I both know that CEOs ain't getting a cut to their pay. Make them. You know, I know you hated Biden, but at least he got people to strike and fight for higher wages. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, we won't fucking work for you unless you pay us more. Boom, they get paid more. When? We're not winning with fucking tariffs. Even if all the factories came back to the US, which they won't, that's not a positive. You can get paid more out of the CEO's pockets. LOL. Those would just come directly from the customers. That's the problem. But eventually that doesn't work, right? I mean, we're entering the part of the business cycle where that you can't pass forward those costs. Unions are lazy as fuck and super unproductive. I mean, unions can be corrupt, but otherwise, that's just like a stupid hot take. This entire country was built on the back of unions and slave labor, like every other country. We need to define a cap where wages are classified as excessive. I think we should just cap net margins. I've read a lot of economic theories, and that's where I land. Eliminate share buybacks and cap net margins. Done. Yeah, it's not straight up socialism, and it still drives a will to compete and progress. No, it's straight up socialism? No. It's more like a command economy with some Zatar influence. How do you cap net margins? Companies are only allowed to make, pick a number, 25% or 12% net margins. Everything above that's 100% taxed. No, not Zatar the spice. It's Zaatar, I think. I might be spelling it wrong. Bring back feudalism? Hmm. This is kind of dog shit. It's a cot? Where can one discern whether calls or puts are sold on GS? That you can use logic or the IV curve. How does it disincentivize business expansion and growth? Just make more revenues and the net margin you're allowed to keep is greater. Either invest your money into growing the company or paying your employees more. No more buybacks. Yep. Because you can expand you can increase your revenues. You know, if you're a company that makes $10 million a year in revenues, net revenue, right? Or net profit, and you're only allowed to keep 10% of that. You're gonna keep $1 million, right? But you know, if you can expand that to 100 million, then you can keep 10 million. So the incentive is still there. It doesn't disappear. And you don't have to make it that low. 15% is probably fine. Well, then they simply stay $1 million a year profit company. That's it. If they can't grow, I mean, if they've saturated their market, they can't grow anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter. High corporate taxes in the 50s are the result of high R&D development, which in a low tax environment are less incentivized. Yep. You can do that. If people increase the wages of their employees, you can expand the amount of net margin they're allowed to keep. That's what the tax code would be for. I'm going to do capex and increased depreciation. Every company would hit the target. Just close the loopholes. You'd have to have an entirely new tax format anyway. You have to rewrite the whole tax code from the ground up. There'll be resistance to gamma expansion. However, that resistance dries up at 5,500. So bulls need to catch the knife before 5,500. It removes a lot of the negative. It's effective because it removes a lot of the negative. How to put this? It removes a lot of the negative incentives in running a corporation, while still not being socialism. Perverse incentives? Okay. You should check out former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis and his new book, Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. That's what Elon and co are leading us into. Yeah, I know. Nice manners. So, Gherk, instead of socialism, what if we cap maximum Z-score your wage can be to relative to the mean wage of the company? Hmm. I guess you could attack it from the other angle and force companies to pay labor, like make the minimum wage relative, like a ratio relative to the company's total profits. That works too. I mean, that's going to have a lot more loopholes, though. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to make more, you pay your employees more. You could do that the other way too, by like allowing a higher percentage of net profits to be retained for the number of employees they have and the ratio of their rate of pay, which also would incentivize them to distribute pay more equally among their workers. Because your way, they could just pay one person like a lot, which is what they do now, and then everyone else nothing. Some companies will still pay the taxes instead of increasing employee salaries. Yeah, but they'll fail against other companies that attempt to expand because they'll lose out on the incentives. The creation of the C-suite gig economy. Perfect. How do you deal with companies leaving the country to avoid taxes, cut off their ability to import their products to the US? So they lose the world's largest consumer market, which would actually be larger because wages would be distributed more equally. Yeah, tariffs. That's what you use tariffs for. Punishing the baddies. Not our allies. This has been done before. It was called the 50s. Well, sort of, but yeah. And it worked to build the technical and manufacturing might that carried us up to the 70s when the boomers became powerful enough to rug pull. Yeah, pretty much. It started in the late 30s. We were just kind of busy in the 40s. The bank I work for did 20 billion in stock buybacks in 2024, and yearly merit increases are 2 to 3%. Yeah, so just under the rate of inflation. That'd take like 4 presidential terms to implement. Oh, no, 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 no. We need a whole new government. This isn't going to be implemented through democratic process. Stupid. Shut up, dork. No one's voting third party. What if the government seized the means of production and gave us all jobs? Yeah, but right now the government's seizing the means of production and paying themselves. Democracies only work until the point at which the what is it? The people learn that they can vote largesse from their own treasury. Are you expecting a bounce if the Dems agree not to shut down the government? I don't think that really solves the majority of our problems, but it could drive a bounce. Delta flip below gamma flip. That always ends bullishly. No. What's the next downside test for ES? 54.94.25. Ugh. It's like that's gotta be like under 5,000. Hmm. I'm not even sure that's a real level. We have 2 upside gaps now. Anytime someone calls the government doing something that private industry also does communism, ask them why they don't want the government to be able to participate in the open market of capitalism. Are bulls decent enough to lose all their gains in the last 2 years in a month? Neither are American corporations. America just has corporate socialism. That's all. The people eat their losses. Well, one of the gaps is at 55.16. The other one's up at like 50. What is it? 55.90? 93? Privatize gains, socialize losses. Tale as old as time. Yeah. You don't want a gold backed dollar. That doesn't help anybody. This just gonna dump or what? How many times are you guys gonna? It's been dumping all day. And 50% or 60% of the questions I've gotten today is this just gonna keep dumping or what? Like, yes. Yes. It's immensely bearish. But god damn it. We're only down 162 pips. I'm doing fine. I have puts. Couldn't be happier. We've had like 3 years of bounce training. Yeah, VIX wasn't at 25 then either. No, no, popcorn. You don't get to do win down and then win up. Try me, bastard. Hmm. Do you love seeing junk bonds tanking? No, because I think they're going to short the fuck out of junk bonds and try to use that as leverage to pump the market. Then when that blows up, we crash. Gert, what's up? I hate to say it, but I think that ship has sailed. I mean, they're trying. It might not work. Yeah, not sailed yet. Just really shitty. But yeah, I agree. Really shitty. We've crossed the Rubicon, damn it, popcorn. I just want the video to go to 60. Using junk bonds as leverage. What else are you going to use? You need higher yields. Yeah, junk bonds aren't even down that bad. Go look at J and K, Dirk. I'm looking at Jeppy, which is the same thing. Am I shadow banned or just paranoid? I hope that answers your question. When MM expected move profit taking? We got that and that bounce failed. That was back here. And then they kind of tried it again there. They might try it again at 5,500. That's the level which makes the most sense. Or like ES 5,500. NQ. NQ's getting pretty close to a 19,000 test. Jesus fuck. Oh, this is so bad. So let's talk about SGov near the end of the day. For poor, are there any other places to stick cash? I mean, SGov's kind of just like a money market. I think there's like a SPX short strangle ETF. There's like the JexQ funds, the collar funds. Those are pretty well hedged. Actually, you might not be able to stick cash in those. Yeah, but Dirk, we have to like bounce off of like the VWAP, right? So 4,800. I mean, we don't really. Win Death Cross. When does this stop being so grindy? After we get a bounce. Otherwise, it's just going to be grindy forever. Well, that's not true. Where would we even bounce to? From here? 55.50 probably. They could try for more. I mean, we could... I guess we could technically test, like, the gamma flip. They're gonna need to short volatility really hard, and I don't really see that happening without some news to back it up. Why is Trump talking about having a good relationship with North Korea? For what? It's the most worthless resorts in inland Korea. Ooh, shit. North Korea didn't impose a tariff on the US. We don't import anything from them or export anything to them. Oh, okay. Yeah, if we get down to 5,000 on if we get down to like 5,000 on SPX, or well, below, like, let's say, below 4,900, we're crashing. Trump Tower, Pyongyang. He does love dictators. What's an additional 9% of downside or so? Yeah, I mean, it'd basically be a crash anyway, but ooh, if we went below that, spice. If that happened over the course of the next 3 weeks, I'd piss myself. That'd be awesome because my pits are for June. How much do I make if it goes to 2,800? Yes, I'm okay with that. Did you buy more WiMAX? A little bit more, yeah. If SPX hits zero by tomorrow, I'd make a lot of money. Like 5,500 times $100. We're not filling that gap at 16 still. There's like a gap right above spot. Short puts pulled back down to like 54.90. Bot puts all the way down to 54.95. Bot puts at 55.25. Sold puts at 55.20. Fix at 26. Hmm. Kind of just makes sense for us to fall into 5,500 here. Bounce. Some futures volume. Hmm. Yeah, if they could get this above 20. Gamma flattens out to the upside a lot. This looks like a good place to try to bounce it. I don't know if there was any news. No, not recently. Jim Jordan pushes Apple and Microsoft on AI censorship. I don't think he actually gives a shit about that. Need to get over 25 here. 40 is a little bit of a resistance. 25, 40. Yeah. Hmm. Can you explain the difference between puts and calls and shares and Jane Lizards? Are they trying to get people to sell them puts? Who? What puts do I buy for June to make 7 milli? 250 of the 5,800 would have done it. If you'd bought them a month ago. I only have 25 of them. Soon to be 15. Trump planning on eliminating taxes for people under 150K. I missed that part. Hmm. So if you make 150K, it's effectively like making 186,000. Poor Cobra's not going to have a job. Hear me out. No more taxes for Gherk. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get that lucky. Ooh. More than one leg up? Holy shit, what's happening? How high could this go? Probably like the gamma flip. But if we got above that, 5,600. If we could get back over the collar, then we could run up quite a bit. Green Pepe drum time. No, I'm not gonna try to print your put. Nice try. Why not? VIX is at like 26. Intraday ranges are like almost 2%. But you have puts too. Yeah, but they're like, I got time on them. And I can just close them and make my money. Some of them are actually going to close if we go up above 55.40 here. Toe ring gang them? Well, they'll probably get closed out. Greek over here with I'm okay with losing tens of thousands of gains because it makes me lose. The market's a fickle beast, Dork. I would never presume to command it on its direction. Also, I'm hedged, so I don't really give a shit. I'm only up 104K today. I'm so poor. Hedged, aka paying for losing? No, I just buy out of the money debit spreads, and then when we bounce, I close them. Were those Fubo leaps? Oh, these? These are long gone. Those are the synthetic longs that I had on Fubo. I sold those when it ran up to like $5. How do you... I don't know how to close them. How do you close it? I don't know how to get rid of it. Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah, those are gone. These aren't even mine. To what degree beyond psychology is the make it to 100K things get easier? I mean, I don't really know if they get easier. Compounding growth picks up. I mean, that's really what that saying's about. It's not about trading. I made it to 100K on GME in March of 2022. And then I lost it all. Can we do a poll on Pickle Jar's annual salary? No. I don't think YouTube needs that information. Your trading account should be like 10% of your port, too. Greek wants to believe we all make 250K. Yeah. People don't drop out of billionaires because the $25 per month cost becomes too high. They do it because they hate me. Because nobody would be trading options that couldn't afford $25 a month. Do people in the pickle jar still ask for gamma strike data? I can't hear you. What was that? Pickle jar would never, not even Farmville would do that. Exactly. Farmville's wealthy. He was a pigeon whale. Wobby, your situation's different. You're just banned by your wife. Who doesn't know that you're in here all day paper trading so you can scratch your itch. You mean like a budget? I thought you just loved me. That's cute. I don't appreciate this rejection at 30. Not you guys. Mm. They're shorting vol here. It looks like they want to rip it before tomorrow. They're shorting vol a bit, yeah. Not enough, but a bit. It's about, yeah, about 3 years. Almost 4. Bought calls at 35.40. Sold puts all the way out to 50. Bought puts at 55. Looks like the long puts at 45 closed. There's some long puts at 25 though, so if we slip here, that's quite bad. Bears piling into any resistance. Ah, it's fucking rough. It's not a very good bounce. 40 bucks. Not even. I made $29 today. Nice. The more I hear this description of your positioning view, the more I wonder if 5550 is a pin candidate, a pinfluencer, if you will. I think bulls would much rather be above 5550 if possible. It was April, May 21 you started streaming? Yeah, I think so. April? Bounce made me go positive. Made 140 bucks today. Nice. Were you ever poor? Yeah, extremely. When Carl was made mod, that was my first stream. Oh man, that was later on. When did you start trading as my like sole source of income? God, it's been almost 8 years now. Four of it's been on here. Still got on Tinder dates. Not too much recently. No. I wrote an SS once, jammed me to $400, and was banned immediately. The thrill. But you learn more in the last 4 years. Yeah, I did. What happened to Cat Lady? She still lives next door. I've been here since week 1. I'll never forget the Gregorian chant first song. The euphoria of breaking 180 multiple times. The super stock ban. Freg's Day. We got a long history. Now we're gonna have this. So. You would never sleep with her? My neighbor? Fuck no. I still remember on Houston Wade when he said his plan for MOASS and you realized he knew nothing about actual trading. Yep. Yeah, that was that was a moment. What happened to Cat Lady's friend? Accused me of micro cheating. The lore is wild. Pick from the first stream on April 26th in SPX chat. Oh my god, we're reminiscing now? God, I didn't think today was that bearish. Holy fuck, I've gotten so old. What's with the ray of light? What, did Steven Spielberg take this photo? I look like that kid in the movie AI. It looks like reading Rainbow. I was one of the first pigeon whale hatchlings. Pet a wild deer that day. I remember. What's micro cheating? I still don't fucking know. It came about because we were at this restaurant and she was really rude to the waitress. And I was just like, not. Maybe I was overly gracious because she was being a rude bitch. And then she was like, that's micro cheating. Do you want to fuck her or something? And I was like, no. Shame on you for not being a dick. Yeah, I think that's actually what micro cheating means. It just means that the other person's jealous. Rude to waitresses, gross. I agree. Yeah. Been a while, man. Happy to still be learning. Let's get back to squeeze plays and long-term pickles picks that make us all rich. Also, remember the Russians who didn't actually move your stuff? I do. Yeah. Were they Russian? God, I don't even remember. I remember the incident. I remember, so for those of you that were listening to Warden last week, thanks for tuning in, all 27 of you. Haha, what a long, strange road it's been, friend. Cheers. Thanks, Willie. Yeah, I kind of just jacked Warden's thing, didn't I? That's fucked up. But he was so dumb. You missed my milestone. Oh shit. I remember asking myself, who would want to watch a trader stream all day, every day? Anyway, here I am 3 years later. Well, we keep it entertaining. You know, the stream's rarely about trading. It's like food, haircuts, the latest porn star news, apparently. What was the Indian guy who came in occasionally? It was like Marv from Cheers. Oh shit. Sanjeet. I don't think Sanjit was a real person, but it's nice to imagine he was. Not really. Remember Warden blew himself and half his listeners up? I do. Vunky. Thank you for the gold. Thanks, YouTube Lube. I remember your perm, one of my first streams where you taunted us that it would not hit the 3,000 mark, and boy were you wrong. I really thought I, like, set the bar too high. There was like 5 minutes to market close. That's why I've never done anything like that ever again. I'm surprised you haven't been approached by Russian state media yet. I probably have. I just ignore them by emails. Sanji was really DFV all along. Maybe. We'll never know. The stream has changed my personality. I no longer relate to the people in my life. Only this place understands me now. Yeah, that makes sense. Jill W18, rip. Yeah. Was that the guy who asked about Tesla every day, or was that someone else? No, that was someone else. He was from that guy was from the EU. Fuck, I can never remember his name. Where's Moonwin? The last time I saw Moonwin, he signed up for Pigeon Whale and said nothing, and then that was it. When I was all in GMU, Taylor, Dork, and Warden are two different people? Wait, did you think they were the same person? I'm just mad I missed out on the golden biscuits. Don't be. Don't be. Actually, they paid out really well, and you probably would have taken profit because you're a nervous Nelly. So you might have made money on them, but no one else did. You were wrong about Pigeon Whale too. I can't remember who started Pigeon Whale. They were like, you should start a tier that's the exact same thing that you already have, but just costs $100. And I was like, who the fuck would ever sign up for that? Here we are. I want to say Darth Dan. Yeah, Darth Dan was a Pigeon Whale for a long time. But I think Darth Dan moved on to other things after GME. I do remember Cosmic Lightning Warrior, unfortunately. I did mod a Dan. Trash Dan is a mod. Am I being ripped off? No, Cobra. You actually pay for Pigeon Whale for a reason, because I won't deal with your shit otherwise. And I'll ban you from Gamma Strike. Still no Dave representation, which is how we like it. You and Popcorn are probably the most likely to be modded next. I just haven't decided who yet. Remember Stefan? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. The original AJ. I've watched for 4 years, but don't say much. Will you still speak at my funeral? If I can, like, pre-record it and just send the tape in, sure. Simajewski says what? Just hearing Stefan made me angry. I remember watching you a while back and saying, man, this guy's ruggedly handsome. 34 months later, still ruggedly handsome. Thank you, Retrocognition. I appreciate that. When's the pimento coming back? Well, we need to go down 20% first. No, I'm not quitting the stream. People are just getting really nostalgic right now. Hey, that's my thing, and you left out immensely? Don't worry, Paradactyl. I know who boosts my confidence every day. I never forget. Sup, Sahib. Somehow Sahib's still here. He hasn't blown up yet. Why is that surprising? I mean, I feel like you know the answer to that. So are the people still in here the people who actually make money trading or just enjoy gambling? I don't know. I think everyone's been doing a lot better with Gamma Strike. I think it helps translate a lot of the things I say into simpler to understand terms. But I don't really ask people. I mean, some people brag about what they make. So I know who those are, but everyone else I don't really question it. My day trading ports are hedged with Bitcoin. Oh, Danimal, you troll. Was your heart racing when you made millions during the March OPEX of GMA? A bit, yeah. It's shocking how $100,000 swings will get your fucking heart pumping. I'm not immune to that shit. I'm just better at ignoring it. I'm here for the nice community. There's the 40 test. We're getting closer to the gamma flip. Bulls are levering it up at each resistance, so maybe they really do push for a breakout. I don't know. Every day for the last like week, every time we fucking get a breakout, it gets stuffed. So I don't really trust it. But I'm not too sure that there's that much resistance left to the upside here. Gamma turns positive at the 45, 50 strike. $50 strike, so like $7 more upside. We've been chasing the dragon ever since. Jimmy wasn't even the craziest part of 2022. Like, I know that's the one everyone remembers, but I made way more money off of the pimento. Nailing the fucking market bottom was juicy. And it was all based on, like, it wasn't even like a complex strategy. It was just calls had gotten too cheap. And me and Jay Fresh were like, man, these calls are really fucking cheap. GS made Gherkin a better trader, which has helped the majority of us. I still don't know which button is the pause button in GS. There isn't one. When have you ever paused the market? I always thought Stefan and James Rowland were the same person. I did for a while too, but actually Stefan was smarter than J-Roll. also obsessed with futures, which J-Roll doesn't even understand. All GS, no breaks. Yep. What's a pimento? So I was trying to describe like the charm decay at the bottom of the market in October of 2022. And nobody understood it, so I used a giant green semicircle with a little red dot in it, and I was like, if price goes above here, we're gonna moon, and it looked like a pimento. And that became the pimento. Who's smarter, Stefan or AJ? Stefan, but he's a conspiracy nut who thinks Tesla's going to like $2,000 and the OPEC's gonna take over the world. And any other crazy conspiracy Ray Dalio comes up with. All hail the pimento, yes. Why are we getting all nostalgic? Are we losing continuity, or are we all in the closet about being depressed over markets dying? I'm confused, but not confused enough to get pho. I think we're just I don't know. Somebody started being nostalgic, and then everybody got all nostalgic. It would be a shame if Bears came in and shorted a bunch of 55-50 calls. Yeah, that would actually really suck. I hope that doesn't happen. Kirk's dying. I am not. No, like it was the pimento was dope because it was literally the bottom of like 2022, and all the banks were doubling down on being bearish, and everyone thought the market was just gonna keep crashing. And then within like 3 weeks we were up 17%. Tesla dev, looky. I think you wait until my calls are printing and you're like, go look at this thing. Ooh, shit. Wait, is stuff working? Sorta, yeah. Nice. Mm, that's fucking spicy. The fucking candle's still like way out here. Why does it keep doing that? Hmm. Timing somewhere? We have a 7-minute gap. Weird. Yeah. Oh wait, it's 14 minutes. That's fucking awesome. Hmm. Yeah, these are gonna kind of suck on equities. I have to think about that. Looks like it's matching the WeBull price. So yeah, pricing's good. Nice, dude. DFGF kind of suck balls on not SPX. Yeah, I know. Those really only work for 0 DTEs. But you have the like the chain neutrals that you can just chart with those. We'll have other live tools that work with equities, but the DF and GF are really only going to work with like SPY, QQQ, and SPX. Yesterday you said broken chart data was bearish, so I bought puts and made 100%. What's up, turd? We cross the gamma line if we pump? If we can cross it. Yeah. That's gonna be hard. That's gonna be a pretty I think it's gonna be a pretty hard resistance. I report all of AJ's comments in chat as spam. Playing the long game. Trump wants to enact Alien Enemies Act for the Chinese. Jesus Christ. Why is he such a dipshit? He didn't deport me yet. There you go. Because lead paint? Huh. Okay. Explain how we go from here to there without hitting here first. Gap up. ES is almost back to view up. But if ES gets back to view up, then SPX is going to break through resistance. Ooh, shit. $19,390. $55, $58.75. Hmm. Gamma at 50 is positive. Still shorting vol pretty hard. Bot puts at 55, 65, and 75 are the only like significant resistance to the upside. There's not a ton of them. Looks like they're selling the 45 put right now. USPS. We plan to reduce workforce by 10,000 employees in the next 30 days through a voluntary early retirement program. Letter to Congress. Someone asked for Kellogg to be excluded from talks. Who the fuck is Kellogg? Cereal guy? No, it's... Uh, uh, no, we're not getting flat out rejected here. Just come to my attention. I need to at you to get your attention. Yeah, usually. Because that highlights your message, so I can see it more clearly. Oh shit, did I miss one? Has it been that boring? What's going on here? No, it's been awesome. We dropped like a rock. Win Beauty Stream. I've been tuning in for 45 months to learn your routine. Now I know stuff about the market and sometimes make money. I can't wait for mobile friendly GS so I can use it at work. Fuck the pores, cuckoo. We're working on it. Some of the newer features have been improved for mobile, but it's gonna be like an ongoing thing as over time. It's getting better though. I was messing with it the other day on my phone, and it's infinitely better than it was 4 months ago. By the way, you too, me too, and Cobra. Coups for all of you. Kellogg's excluded. That means Ukraine is being hung out to die. Possibly. He doesn't want anybody with military experience in the negotiations. When I'm building ain't mobile friendly, it's degen friendly only and requires 18 monitors. It's either 18 monitors or an entire panel, like wall of LED panels. But 4K LED panels. Yes, Nuke? Have you just figured out what you want to do with your living room? You can see side by side SPXW and Tesla and Dev. 2 streams, 1 view. Wait, how do you do that? Two windows or tabs? Oh. It'll live feed both? Oh, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, well, it should, right? Fucking rejected on the gamma flip. If bears buy puts to the downside, they're gonna fucking wreck this. Politico reporter on X. U.S. Senate Minority Leader Schumer is expected to make another floor statement on the shutdown fight today after another long Dem caucus lunch. Doesn't necessarily seem like there are the votes to shut the government down right now, per one senator, but nothing is final. Hmm. Okay, there's no bot puts coming in at spot yet. It's almost 3 o'clock. What puts are being sold, if any? Looks like the 45 and the 35. There's a few sold puts coming in at 60, 80, 85, but very few. Not very many of them at all. And this is still propped up on a lot of bot calls. Like there's bot calls at 25, 30, 35, and 40. If there's too much profit taking on those, it's gonna... The bulls are gonna rug pull themselves again. Is the rally over? Rejections are almost always bad. But we'll see. We'll see if they get support. Alright, I'll be right back. Hmm. There was an inverse head and shoulder yesterday. There was one on Tuesday that failed. You have a 5580C? No. I have two 65s left. That's it. Oh, nice. Hmm. But I have no idea. P1. Hmm. There's a lot of sold calls to the upside here. I mean, yeah, NVIDIA might be, but NQ's still got a lot of room to the upside. Oop. Jesus Christ, Home Depot's down 4% today. Hmm. Why is Home Depot down? I mean, tariffs, but also weak consumer, low production demand. Yeah, I think just profit taking. It's kind of a question if the profit taking turns into just like another route to the downside. What profits? We're up $50 in like half an hour. How do you profit from the price going up? Calls? Wait, hold on, turd. 1 second. Damn. Alright, I missed you. Logic Dustbin. Dan? You're back? There's so many old people in the chat today. You're not banned, TM. Oh shit, popcorn trader out of left field. It looks like you hit 1, 2, 4 people. Oh, maybe he has gifting turned off. What are you guys doing? Don't tell my wife I did that. Me and her don't speak, man. I love the coupon hands out because they out the lurkers. Handouts because they out the lurkers. Yeah. Guys, give Slot Machine and Popcorn a big shout out for hooking you up, and me too as well. You guys are flexing hard today. Is this because of the nostalgia earlier? I thought coupons were for poors. That's why he's giving them to the poors. No one's hit Turd yet. I think Turd just has gifting turned off at this point. Can someone gift me a GS membership? Wait, don't you have the beta? You do. You have a beta membership. Not you. Pterodactyl. Turd? Did you guys ever think of doing like a month-long trial for Gamma Strike? No, literally never. Apparently saying you're going to cancel a membership you've never paid for is the best way to get you more memberships. Yeah, now everybody but you is a Cornichon. The trials, the stream, yeah. When GS pays for itself in the first day, week, a month-long trial is silly. You only discount things when you sell shitty products. Has anyone read the testimonials? Everyone makes money on Gamma Strike except for Baby Well Nuke. That's not true. Lemon pepper tuna. Thanks, Chad. There's got to be a steepish learning curve. There's documentation that's free. But if you want to test like live with the product, yeah, you got to pay for it. Data's far from free. It's a useful tool, but it doesn't guarantee success. That's correct. It's just data. It's what you do with the data that matters. Hmm. Tiniest of knife catches. Is it due to the at the money positioning that holds it up? Partially. It's usually due to like supportive delta, which falls off at the OPEX expiration. And, you know, as options become more and more important in the market and the tail wags the dog, the effect of OPEX is amplified. GS will not save you from your worst psychological trading issues, but if you let it, it can greatly aid you in making data-driven trades. I have a full-time job with meetings, like a proper pour, and I've made money using GS Scan. That's awesome. I'm really glad. I'm really glad you guys are doing well with it. It's just data artfully crafted into a tool that people can actually understand. It's not just data. Fine. I've noticed the GS has like a 10 to 15-second delay versus your WeBull screen. Yep, that's correct. There is a lag right now. But we are, I don't know if you saw this earlier, we are starting to port over live data, like truly live data into the framework. So there is a slight delay on candles on the current version, but if you look at this, this is the next version that we're currently working on. This is actually a little faster than Webull or TradingView, like milliseconds, but a little faster. And someday we might even be able to improve on that. But this would be live to what you have right now. 60 hertz SPX, here we come. Yeah, I mean this is like 1-to-1 with Webull as it is. A little better than 1-to-1. 280 IV on docu calls, 314 too expensive. Earnings today after close. What? They're 240% IV on what, the weeklies? That's fucking nuts. Hmm. I don't know, I guess it could be pertinent if they beat. But yeah, that seems a little excessive. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, are they making like announcements about the buyout or something? I'd be careful with it. That's an insane expected move, though. 26% over the next 5 days. It's kind of nuts. Delta neutral on doc, or gamma neutral on docu's always been really weird too. Hmm. It looks a little bullish. Going into earnings, like there's slightly bullish expectations. Remember when we used to say AMD under 90 is a buy? I said I wouldn't consider buying it to under 90. I probably wouldn't buy AMD unless it fell below 64. There's probably a decent chance for it to bounce around here, though. And the AMD under under 90 thing that you're referring to is specifically one trade, not like a long-term price target. Kroger looks good right now. Prisons, energy, grocery staples. I already own it. I already have like a ton of energy exposure. Not too much prisons. But Kroger's kind of fucking expensive right now. Yeah, fuck that. I'd buy Kroger like in the 40s, but I wouldn't buy it up here. That's ridiculous. It's only got a 2% yield. We've been through this. Celsius is not an energy stock. No, it's a consumer staple. Listen, when Elon's got you working 120 hours a week, you're gonna need an energy drink or two. Too much profit taking? Enough that this doesn't look great. Like losing 32 or 33 here is pretty shitty. This is right around where we got support last time, but I don't know if we were gonna get it this time. There's some sold put positioning at 20. You can buy Elon now. Nuke, you don't have to work 120 hours a week. Except for the compulsion. How else will it be done, Glorp? Slightly slower. The blood god demands blood. What's this chart app which Gherkin's using? It's called Gamma Strike. It's the options data platform that we built. How much does the consumer and companies pulling back spending balance out any inflation from tariffs and company price gouging? I mean, it's not going to get rid of price gouging, not yet. We're going to need like a recession for like consumer staple prices to come down. We're going to need like a deep recession. You're going to need all those companies to start having to compete for margin share and market share and margin. That's the only time prices come down. At least on that stuff. Prices of like houses and cars could drop, but Juba Val, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. This is fucking dead. This is the sold put support at 20. We left a gap up at 33. So maybe we get like one last attempt at a bounce. It doesn't look great. I'd say the rejection off VWAP probably means we pull back to the low. Ultimately, but we might have some more chop in between here and there. Pretty sloppy head and shoulders on the like 5-minute ES. Just back to like 55.11. I'm back. Welcome back, dude. Lasagna doesn't rhyme with sweaty. All right, final 30 minutes. This kind of seems like a shit bounce. Are we going to like 54.40 tomorrow? 54.50? Jesus Christ. They're selling a lot of puts down there. At least that positioning is kind of substantial. It doesn't still say docu in the top left because it's the last stock I searched. What's up, Nuke? Yes? Oh. Yeah, that's what I was saying. All just looks bearish as fuck. Gamma flips at 46 now. Hmm. Bulls really, really push this. It could get kind of squeezy. Any important data tomorrow? Michigan consumer sentiment. Jimmy looks bullish, but like five days out or something. 3 or 5 days. I don't know. Let's see. Uh, yeah, it could be a few days. Maybe more. 3. Hmm. 3 or 4. I don't know. XRT's not on Reg Show, which I'm not a big fan of. Hmm. Maybe sooner? How many more rejections can this poor index take? It's getting beat up pretty bad. Zelensky says Putin is preparing a rejection of ceasefire proposal, but is scared to say this directly to Trump. Trump meeting now on tax cuts with Senate GOP finance members. Money market funds fell by 1.38 billion to 702 trillion last in the week ending March 12th, so as of yesterday. Polish president urges US to move nuclear warheads to Polish territory. Hmm. AQ impacts on my cost basis. Chillin'. Nice. Yeah, this shouldn't be too impacted by US equities selling off. I want to go put a hot wiener in my mouth. Not too hot. Not like last time. XRT is on Reg Show. Oh, wait. Since when? XRT's been on Reg Show since 3-3. Oh, shit. Huh. Hmm. Huh. The video back to 110 possible? Hmm. It's doing better than most. It's not impossible. There's a bit of support on it at I think 110 built out the support. Let me double check. Yeah, there's a bit of support at 110 and 115 also. No, not as much at 115. 120 is like major resistance to the upside. If it fails 110, it could drop back to like 100 even. But I mean, there's pretty clear confirmations at like 10, 15, 15 and 10 for downside moves. Gold's almost 3K. Yep. If the Fed doesn't cut and the BOJ doesn't hike, what do, goon? I think the BOJ has been really clear that they intend to hike. The Fed will have a hard time cutting off of one inflation print, but they may. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen them do something that stupid. That would be a big surprise, though. I don't think we're pricing in like a full rate cut till September. Is it bad because the Fed's losing the ability to hike? No, the Fed could hike at any time. Yeah, that would help them widen the spread. It wouldn't be an issue if it was something that they factored into their rate cutting cycle. $10 left. Probably close somewhere between here and like 5,500. Don't. VIX is back above 25. Um, what are you talking about? Portfolio swaps? On what? Rate hike crashes in the bond market there, right? Yeah. Holy heck, who are all these new viewers? I don't know. Popping in while I hide at work. It seems like just people coming in and hanging out that have been here before. Dumb to buy yen when BOJ raises rates and dollar going down. I've been long yen for a few months now. I was long yen before that too, into like August of 2024. And then I went long yen again as it started to approach like that 160 mark uh, on the last downside move. So yeah, I mean it's not. I don't think it's a bad trade, but it's one you need a lot of time for. The ability of central banks to offset the collapse of that spread is not to be ignored. Like the stream too, people, please. Yeah, if you could drop a like. Holy heck, how you doing? Grant my lottos fame and happiness. What kind of lottos are they? Oh, lose 5,500. Can confirm your YouTube business has a big revolving door problem. Does it? I feel like it's just the same people in here every day. Hmm. Is GB a play now? It's a little. It's got some interesting stuff going on. I don't know if it's a play, but it's got some room to move to the upside. It's getting pretty close to the downside support. Realized vol and vol have been moving. Vol's still moving down a little, which is kind of concerning on the 30-day. 10-day IV's been picking up. HV30 is near lows, so 60. 60 could go a little lower, I guess, but yeah, historic vol's really low right now. So leaps are probably pretty cheap. IV90 is, it's not that low, but it's pretty low. 83. It's definitely fallen into like the 70s before. But 83 is not bad. Almost 50% viewers to likes. I feel like that's an improvement. Might be. Yeah. Came over Jimmy left because I had to go back to work after Bobby, and back as much as I watched the market. Back as I watched the market tank. Popping out of here every few months, and I absolutely came back now because Matt Kors popped up on my YouTube algo before Gherk did. The recent crash on Tuesday. Fantastic. Can the Michigan consumer racket this to where bulls need it? Or have they just given up? It's possible it could turn things around. A little bit. I mean, it could it could raise inflation expectations, and if consumer confidence is up, that'll probably be viewed as demand is not as bad as the inflation reports indicate. Shell have any short-term potential? I don't know. It's just like a buy and hold for me, so I haven't really paid attention to the short-term potential on it. Maybe. I would say probably not too violent. There's decent support on it at like 26 down to 25. It's kind of turning around, but that could take a little while. They're doing like a buyout. We've had some insider sales over the last couple of days, so I can't figure out the angle of why bulls aren't truly trying. It's dangerous. They have. They've tried a bunch of times and they keep getting fucked. They've tried to stop this repeatedly. They tried to stop it back at shit. They tried to stop it back at like in the 5800s, 5850. They tried to stop it at delta neutral, and then they've been trying to stop it at like the JPM long puts almost all week, and it just keeps failing and falling into the put support that they're selling. Why would confidence be up? I have no idea. I don't think it will be, but I mean that's what analysts are estimating. Is Grimes releasing videos of Elon getting pegged bullish or bearish for Tesla? Bearish, right? Nobody on the left wants to buy his car, and if he's getting pegged, nobody on the right's gonna buy it either. Judges reinstating federal workers. Yeah, yeah, it's been going on. Tesla sells cars. not not very well. In the Department of Faith size, Elon is God's child, so they'll buy his cars. What are they going to charge him? Bro, you know they love that shit. Did you not see the spike in Grinder downloads when they had the RNC this year? I did, yeah. But they don't talk about it or admit it to themselves. I guess Citadel and Millennium have had trouble with all this volatility. That's what I've seen on Twitter. I think everyone's had trouble with all this vol. Everyone's like put leverage is fucking 5%, 6% in the money now. Almost 7. And they just moved it down. Like they just took a bunch of losses and moved their positioning down. and now they're just 7% out of the money again. I don't even know if you can. I don't even know if Tesla can build cars with the tariffs. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we're jumping to ding ding. We're jumping to conclusions too quickly. Maybe Elon's trying to tear it down from the inside. Like he flipped hard right, and now he's gonna convince all of the Republicans to buy electric cars and get rid of their trucks. And then he's gonna be like, "Oh, by the way, I wasn't just high on ketamine." Was Tesla able to build cars before the tariff? Build, yeah. Sell? Not so much. Alright. Fun stuff. Closed like literally right at the bottom of the market makers. Expected move for today. Starting to drop below the JPM long puts, and that opens up quite a lot of range to the downside, especially if we lose 5,500. Bulls have been selling a lot of puts down in like the 5,400 range, and so a move down there could kind of trigger a squeeze on that short put positioning that they're trying to build to the downside. For ES, that means we got a new low today. Probably looking at if support isn't found here at 55.31, we're probably looking at a move down towards like 5,500. Below 5,500, the next major level is going to be 53.93.50. Dollar popped up a little bit today, but down against the yen, up against the pound and euro. We saw yields at the back end of the curve fall again after gaining for the last 2 days, which may mean that bulls are giving up on their attempt to leverage up, and we'll have a little bit more evidence maybe of that tonight. Commodities broadly up, oil down today, but precious metals and industrial metals up quite a lot. As more and more of the tariffs are enacted, we should see more and more of an effect on that in commodities. Correlation with a lower high today, and still turning around a little bit, despite the lower low. So bulls are still trying to build support down here, and they are trying to push into that dispersion trade just a little bit. So I mean, keep an eye on that. I don't think it's really that important yet, and I think they're still exposed to a greater move to the downside, but if they start levering up that dispersion more, it could start to turn things around a little bit. Carry trade leverage had popped earlier in the day by like market open, and then dropped off throughout the rest of the day. But the forward yield of vol also falling down to like 10% at close today from yesterday's close, which was like around like 15%. So we are seeing volatility further out getting shorted down, and that seems to be coming down in line with the yield curve. Um, it's not down enough, right? There's still going to be demand for long vol, but it is falling a bit. Bond vol fell back to 104, so back under 110. That seems to line up with the drop in 3-month correlation. Skew fell today. I probably see that turn around a little bit. See if we get more out of the money demand for puts after the 1.2% drop. 18.09% of the SPX above its 20-day moving average. So now we're starting to see the breadth sell off as well. So not just tech anymore. Now it's starting to hit everything, because that massive drop in inflation bodes really poorly for the sectors that are more exposed to the consumer. Tech is a lot of mostly business exposure, with the exception of like Apple and Tesla. So, um, you know, lower potential demand and lower capex over the coming 4 quarters is going to start to be bearish for just about everything else, and we're starting to see some signs of that. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX rising for the 3rd day in a row now. Fourth day in a row, up to 94.32%. So almost like 1-to-1 correlated at this point. Fed fund futures still pricing in 0.15 cuts by June, and the bear steepener falling off a little bit again today, but not very much. Not a big change there. Out here for the technicals, we did test the 55.23 level, which was our next major downside support. We actually closed just a little bit below it, which does open up the chance to test the next major level, which is at 54.02. That's kind of a big deal. Below 54.02, the next really important support is going to be down here at 51.19.26. Now if we go out here, hold on, out here on the weekly, take a look at that. We definitely have confirmation of a breakdown. We lost the 56.96 level, and we're pretty quickly headed for like that 54.02 test, which is back like September's low. And something else in that regards, we also lost the 50 MA on the weekly, which is pretty bearish. We held to it for a couple days, but as of today, it has failed. Yeah, this doesn't look good. And on the monthly, we're already down 7.27% this month. And 54.02 is probably going to see the test of that long-term trend as well, which is the top of the trend from our 2022 like consolidation. So this kind of bearish consolidation up into October of 2023, and then they announced the plans to cut rates, and then Yellen instituted YCC right around here before the 10-year hit 5%, and we just rocketed from there forward. But all of that's kind of getting unwound, and we're still up at spot, we're still up 31.53% from that low. So there's a lot more ground that we could continue to lose here as people take profits in the face of uncertain geopolitical climate and politically influenced economic risk. So yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on those levels, but definitely closing below the 55.23 level today, pretty important. I would say that's a big deal. That's closed below the June high. You know, there were buyers back there in June, and they are now at break even, which is not a great place to be for them. Things look scary. Yeah, they do. But we'll try to navigate it the best we can. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. I hope you all have a good night. Later.